Alrighty, tunes. What do you say we get this started? What do you say we get going? Hi! Hello, everyone! Hello, 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 hi! Let me find you guys. There y'all are. Hello, Jack! Hope you're having a good weekend. Hello, Standing. Congrats on making it. Hello, Lurkers. Hello, VOD Watchers. I hope you are doing well. I am honestly kind of sleepy. It's a sleepy sort of day. Hello, Mage. Welcome in. Welcome in. Goodness, that's loud. Jack, thank you for the 40-month resub. 40 months. The big 40. It feels like too many months. It doesn't feel like 40 months. Have we really been here that long? Thank you, Jack. I really appreciate the support. It feels like a long time. It feels very crazy. I don't know. On the other hand, we've got the receipts for it. You know, we've got all the drawings and stuff that we can point to and be like, yep, we've been there. I hope you're all having a good weekend. I hope you're getting a chance to chill, do something fun, maybe do something exciting, maybe not. Maybe just chill out. Maybe just have a comfy, cozy, quiet weekend. That's kind of where I'm at. We did get through all of the kerfuffle stuff that I mentioned last time. So that is hopefully over and done with. So honestly, Friday was just really stressful for everyone. Not because it was like an especially difficult thing, but it was just like, I don't know, I think everyone is kind of at a point of like doing a bunch of extra work is just like, no thank you. You know, obviously if the client asks us to do something, we're gonna do it, but it's like nobody volunteer, alright? But yeah, I don't know. Aside from that, just kind of been working on some drawings. I did manage to play some Beat Saber yesterday. I convinced myself to do my workout, but it was very much at a point of like, I almost just took a nap instead. I was like, okay, get out of the chair and go do the thing because otherwise you're gonna fall asleep. But yeah, before stream, I did try logging on Star Citizen for a little bit just to sort of see how things are going. They dropped not the big patch that they were showing off at CitizenCon that's gonna release a new star system, but it's a patch that has a few other things in it. It's got a little event going on, some cleanup stuff, and it's, I don't know, it's fine. Some of the stuff seems to be working pretty well. The missions for the event, you know, anecdotally seems to be about a 50% bug rate. Essentially the problem is the mission requires you to go to a location and find a data pad and take it back to a station and turn it in. The first time I tried it, it didn't register that I had picked up the data pad. Someone in general chat was saying, if someone else has the mission and abandons it, it can leave the data pad from their instance of the mission, which doesn't register for your instance of the mission. So you have a data pad, but it's not the data pad that the game is assigned to you, and it just kind of never spawned it because it registers there as being a data pad already on the field, and it's weird. I'll get back to that thought in a second. And then some people were saying the elevator to turn the data pad in once you collected it is also still breaking. So it's like, yeah, this about checks out. The rest of the game ran smoothly, so I appreciated that much. I don't know. I feel like it is getting there very slowly. It's just... It's such a complicated network of systems that trying to get anything to like lock down well is difficult. So this is one interesting thing. A thought that I had about that datapad situation, because one of the things that they brought up at CitizenCon was instancing, right? That they want to have different types of instance, right? They want to have essentially dungeons or raids where you just like translate into this pocket dimension where you and a select group can exist simultaneously, but it's like somewhat disconnected from the rest of the open world, right? And there's been a lot of back and forth on whether this is a good idea or not. Some people are like, no, we want everything to exist simultaneously in an open world that everyone can interact with. We want the ability to like have spontaneous occurrences and drop-ins and interactions, and instancing is just going to turn everything into a theme park. We don't want that. And some people are like, this is great, this allows for more curated content and less likelihood of you getting introduced into stuff that's like 90% completed and you can't actually participate because the front of the line is like all the way over there and you can't get there in time, etc., etc. I personally think it's a good idea because I like having the tool available, right? I like the idea of them being able to do these things and deciding when they want to do it, right? If they say this is a good, situation to use this tool, let's go ahead and use it. Cool. And then in other instances, they're like, no, we want this to be more spontaneous. We want this to be, broad community interactive. So we're not going to use instancing. Also good. But one thought that occurs with this whole datapad issue, right? Because again, this is me sort of hypothesizing on how the system is essentially working. That it wants, it has various locations that it can assign this mission to. Like we have, say, 200 derelict outposts scattered around the planet. And then at each of those outposts, you have to investigate like 4 locations to find the dead agent and retrieve his data pad, right? So, let's say that all 200 of those are taken up at one time, which is not impossible, right? You have 200 people that sign up for the mission simultaneously, and so each one of them gets assigned to another location, one of the locations, and then the entire queue fills up, the entire array. So the 201st person is going to get a duplicate location. So now it needs to figure out how to handle spawning the data pad for both of the people assigned to that location and make it clear which is the correct one to assign, or like which is the correct one that they should pick up. Because I think the reason that it bugged out for me, at least based on what someone in chat said, was probably somebody had the mission at my location, abandoned it for one reason or another. Maybe it bugged out. And it left the data pad spawned at the location. So it's there for them to complete their instance of the mission. But it already registers there as being a data pad spawned at the location, so it doesn't spawn another one for me in my instance. So what I'm wondering is, would the instancing technology that they're working on essentially let them spawn a micro instance, right? Not an entire zone, just like literally an instance the size of a body. Like only I would see the agents that I'm supposed to locate and the data pad that I'm supposed to collect. And then it just spawns as many instances within that space as it needs to. If it spawns one for me, would everyone there see all the data pads? I believe it would. I believe that it would. So the big event that occurred a couple months ago was the resource drive, right? Each of the four mega corporations in the system were competing to have the most resources donated to this event, or stockpiled for this event, and then they were contracting out players to move the supplies and deliver them. And the most straightforward version of it was go to this outpost, access the cargo elevator, grab the stockpile of resources, put it in your ship, take it over here, and deposit it. So, at a given outpost, there are only so many cargo elevators. So people were there was some pretty cool, like, community organization, like, pop-up organization. You had people running their cargo hauling mechs, the Atlases, to help, like, speed up moving the goods on the landing pads. So people were just, like, sitting there helping each other load their ships up to get them through the line faster. That was really cool. And, people were like forming queues in the air, just like hovering in a line, and then they, person completes, they take off, they leave, the next person lands, they do their thing. But if you were to go to a cargo elevator and select your stuff, the cargo you are supposed to move, you can't see any of the cargo that is queued up for other people because it hasn't spawned yet, right? It is only showing the stuff that is accessible in your local inventory, i.e. the cargo that has been assigned to you. But once you select it and you call it up on the elevator, it is a physical object in the world and anyone can see it. And theoretically, people can steal it off the pad if you're not careful. So I do imagine that if somebody were to show up at the outpost at the same time as me, they would probably see the data pad that has been spawned for my mission and theoretically take it. That is very possible. I do know, while I was trying to figure this whole situation out, I saw another ship land, and I wasn't sure if it was an NPC coming in to reinforce, but the way that it was moving, and then the way the person that got out of it was moving, I'm pretty sure it was another player. So I think it was definitely like a situation of two people getting assigned a mission at the same location. And I don't know if they ever found their data pad. I mean, they left. I didn't see the ship after a little while, so I'm guessing whatever they had to do, they were able to accomplish and they left. But yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of overlap happening where multiple people are getting assigned to the same location and the system doesn't necessarily have a way to properly delegate, identify what assets are supposed to go to what player. Which is weird. You would think if you're making an MMO, you would figure that out. But so I don't know. I would say even if it is capable of that, the instancing technology would solve so many problems. You know, not in the sense of like, oh yeah, you know, you go to this location and no other players are going to show up there, right? It's just going to be you. Like, I'm fine with it still being an open world location that other people can drop in and help or harm, you know, your accomplishment of the mission. But I do think for objective items like data pads, trophies, whatever the case may be, you know, stuff that is spawned relevant to the completion of a mission. If there is a way that they can instance those things off so that only the player is able to see and access them, or maybe not even see, like if someone else can, you know, spot the thing that you're supposed to collect and then tell the mission holder, hey, it's over here, and then they run over and they can grab it. I think that would make a ton of sense. Like the baggage carousel in an airport, just grab whatever bag looks good, no one's checking. Basically, yeah. Shit, you can just do that, can't you? I mean, you shouldn't, but you could. You could. If you're an asshole. Yeah, give me 1 second. I just want to nudge something. There you go. Okay. So yeah, it's interesting. I do feel like, I don't know, I definitely haven't played enough to say whether the game feels like it's in a better state than the last time I tried to play it. I think I got fairly lucky with today's little outing, but it could also be just as bad if I try to do other stuff, right? It's hard to say. I will say, so next month is going to be the big free fly event of the year. So for like 2 weeks, the game is going to be free to play. You know, so anybody can drop in and try the game out. There'll be a rotation of ships that are available to play. You know, you just pick them up at the expo center and then you can rent them for like 48 hours and fly them around to do missions and see how you like it. I do, oh, excuse me, I might be a little bit sick. My voice is not really agreeing with me. I do think the game is in an interesting place, and I think more than in previous years, you know, people that might be kind of on the fence should give it a look, especially if it's free. see how it treats you. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff. Interesting to sort of keep an eye on, see where it's going. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of bad news. Not for me, just video game news. So there was an MMO in development. It'll be interesting to see what progress has been made. Honestly, I feel like the game right now is kind of best experienced in episodes, right? Like some people are at a point where they're logging in on a daily or weekly basis and playing it as a regular game, and if they can put up with it to that level, then, you know, I'm glad they're enjoying it. I think for a lot of people that are less, you know, on board with an early access experience, logging in like every 3 to 6 months and sort of seeing what's happened, where things are, how things are progressing, I think is a healthier way to approach it. So yeah, I think I brought this up before, but there was an MMO in development called Project Ghost, working title, project title, being made by a, maybe we call it a large AA studio called Fantastic Pixel Castle. You know, they had done sort of a public showcasing with a couple of content creators and streamers to sort of show, like, here's where we're at with the game, here's what we have intended for it. You know, this was a group of industry veterans that had left their respective positions at Ubisoft and EA and Riot and Blizzard, because they wanted to make something new, right? They wanted to make they wanted to make this MMO. And development was going steadily, you know, still very early, but they clearly had like an intention for where it was gonna go. And they had the financial backing of NetEase, the Chinese publisher, who was, I believe, providing financial backing and then sort of working as a mediator to find them a long-term publisher. But the news has dropped that NetEase has basically pulled out. They've said they're not interested in continuing to fund the game, even when FPC offered to sort of retool it into something more straightforward that would take less budget and less development time. They were still like, no, we don't want to. I don't know, like, because this is not the first game, the first studio that NetEase has done this to, and at this point, I would just be like, why would I, if I were looking for funding and NetEase approaches, like, why would I trust you to actually stick to this? Like, I would need something in the contract that would bind their side of the agreement for, like, at least a minimum amount of time. It's very disappointing because I don't think Project Ghost has been canceled yet. You know, FPC is trying to sort of figure out what their next move is going to be, given that their financial backer has quit on them. Like a little bitch. But I don't know. I don't know. The whole industry is such a shit show right now. It feels like indies are as volatile as they've ever been, so it's not like particularly worse. It's just never been good. If you Google them before signing, you can say, oh, hell no. Pretty much, yeah. Which, I don't know, if you're gonna sign a business agreement with anyone, the least you should do is Google them. Figure out what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they figure something out, because I would really like to see Ghost continue to be a thing. I really want to see what they had in mind and see where it goes. But you know, this is so the problem with AA, right? Like indie, for all of its faults, can run on a very tight budget, right? Because it tends to be a small number of people. We're all sort of working under the understanding that they're not going to be making a ton of money for a while. You know, so they have other jobs, or they just have very lean budgets. Potatoes and top ramen. You know, you bake up some potatoes, you toss that into some ramen. That sounds pretty good, actually. Anyway, and then obviously AAA. AAA is its own nightmare creature, but you know, the money that is getting thrown around in the AAA sector is like, you know, that is their own thing. But then AA is this weird thing of like, it's large enough amounts of money that you need an investor, and then investors can get cold feet. But it's also not such a large project that you're sort of insulated from volatility, you know? It's a weird middle ground, which in some ways has the benefits of both sides of the industry, but also has the disadvantages of both sides. You know, the article here from Game World Observer, the last little bit says, Bloomberg sources reported about issues at Fantastic Crystal Castle as early as the end of August. They claimed that NetEase considered Ghost's budget of over $100 million too large for its current business strategy and decided to reduce the studio's funding. Which, for a AAA project, $100 million is like a pretty good deal. That's a very good deal for a AAA project. For an MMO, that's a very good deal. MMOs are a huge game. Like, the entire genre is just absurdly big, right? You know, keep in mind that Star Citizen, with all of its crowdfunding and investment and whatnot, is closing in on like $900 million over the course of 10 to 12 years of development. So for FPC to be like, yeah, we can probably get this done in like $125 million, make a full-fledged MMO, it's like, damn, okay. And then yeah, FPC was like, well, we can turn this into something more like Helldivers, where it's more like, you know, go in, do a mission, come back. You know, we don't have to make it a full-fledged, full-size MMO. And NetEase still said, we don't care. We're not interested. So fuck them. I'm not gonna say, I have nefarious thoughts, and I'm not gonna say them because I don't want to get in trouble. But I do have concerns, shall we say. I don't know. So yeah, that was frustrating to see. Hopefully they can figure something out. I really am rooting for them. Alright, so what's on the docket for today? What is on the plan, on the list for today? We got Sword of the Sea on deck. So we're gonna go play that. Last time we freed our dolphin buddy and found a friend, an ally, for the time being at least. It seems like they're an ally. And so now we have to go free our friend the shark, the two great beasts of the sea, the dolphin and the shark. So we're gonna do that for a while. I don't know if we're gonna finish the game today. I honestly don't know how long the game is. We'll find out. Yes, we have not found Joel yet, so we should definitely keep an eye out for him. And then after that, we have our drawing for Valk that we're gonna work on. I don't think we're gonna finish it today, but I think we'll get pretty well along. Oh, before I get started, let me make sure all the point redeems and everything are working. Alright, that looks good. So that's the plan. And we'll see how it goes from there. I did submit my feedback to In the Black. Just like, hey guys, here's a couple of things that rubbed me the wrong way. I do like it. I do like it. I really want to see where it goes. I should also mention what we saw on Thursday of that game is an early access demo. But if you go to the store page on Steam, it says coming soon to early access. So they're not yet at a point where they even like want to put it up for people to buy into, right? That was a very early build of the game. That was a don't give us your money yet build of the game. Which I can respect. I can respect that they're like, we want to get feedback. We want to know what people think of it and get a sense of like how interested people are. But we don't feel like the game is at a point yet where we can really start asking people for money. I respect that. I respect when developers don't just start like nickel and diming their players when it's really not ready or at that stage. Yeah, no, getting feedback early and often always makes a game better. Obviously you gotta filter out some of the feedback, but always having lines of communication available is a good idea. Speaking of which, I really need to do that with my fucking things to work on, things to do later. For right now, we're gonna go play a very good game that is actually like done and ready to go. So why don't we go ahead and jump into that? Boop. Alright, and then I'm gonna jump over here. I'm gonna turn the audio back on. Request the banana railgun. Like, is this a railgun that shoots bananas? I suppose if you get it going fast enough, even a banana would be sufficiently destructive. Okay, right. More of an insult? I don't know. I don't know. If you get a banana going at like 20,000 miles an hour, that'd be one hell of an insult. Whoa. Well, she seems friendly. She hasn't attacked us yet. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. Hello? Where'd she go? That's not great. Fire elemental. Most beings are born. Most beings live and age and die. But not the serpent Tornamun. She was forged of fire. Her body is scale and metal, from elements none had before seen on Fada. None could say how she wanted to live. It was clear that she refused to die. Red fire forged her, but fury fueled her, made her strong and large and fleet, the most fearsome beast that Farah had seen. Tornamun frightened even the gods. Sounds like a real meanie. Just making sure there's no little secrets or anything back here. Excuse me. Wow. Why do I get the feeling we're being invited? But not in a friendly way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We should go. We should leave now. We should leave. I don't feel like this place is going to be friendly. I think we're just gonna have to follow the swords. Oh, what is that? It's an iron giant. Can I ride the sword? Nope. I think it was just for the pad. I want to check the other side. Yeah, I think he's pointing the way. Goodness, I hope they don't put any secrets out here. That would be mean. Yeah, the game is fuzzing out. It's like, don't go that way. No, let me up. You expect me to believe you didn't put a secret up here? That's what I fucking thought. Okay. The Ghost Warriors. In the time, before Pharaohs walked and sea creatures swam, there were the great Ghost Warriors, their strength like a mountain split. The time of Ghost Warriors came, and the time of Ghost Warriors passed. They did not come to death peacefully. A few did. They enjoyed a peaceful afterlife, a well-earned eternal rest, until the serpent Tornamun imbued them with fire and false promises, and back down the sacred river they came. Ooh, that's taunting. Not this way. Wait, what? Oh, I think I can get up on this side? Yes. There you go. I think I saw there's a flag. A shell. I still don't know what the shells are for, other than collecting. But it doesn't mean I won't collect them. Oh, you tricky. I'm not gonna go back and check all the sword tips, but now I am kind of curious. Alright, I think we made it. Whoa! Have I always been able to do that? Hello, Lenny. Happy Saturday. I'm doing okay. Sleepy. But it's a good sleepy. How are you doing? Oh, that's a big boy. That might be the biggest boy of them all. Nikki? That's good. Ghost Warrior's undoing. The Ghost Warriors had no care for mortals. Their interests lay in eternity, and life beyond life. The Ghost Warriors were unaccustomed to fighting sea creatures, as inconsequential as ants, temporary and weak and small, and nimble. The interests of the Ghost Warriors laid in eternity. They had no care for mortals. That was their undoing. I bet you a speedrunner could do like half of the jumps. Just know like exactly how to time this out to get each one. And what is... Oh, it's a trader! Hello there! Alright. About 636 to go. Thank you, mate. Is this a good idea? I don't know if this is a good idea. Well... We're introducing flora inside of it. So maybe it's dead again. Are we in the helmet? Bro, that's metal as fuck. Okay, I don't think there's anything in here. I like it. I love this game. It's so pretty, and it feels very nice to play. Giant squid, you've done it again. Well, let's see how he responds to this. Captain, there be whales here. Oh, wrong button, wrong button. There you go. Shit. I saw there was another, like, thing of another breakable crystal off to the side. I want to see if we can go get that now. Shit! Okay, yeah, looks like they added some kelp over here, so now we can float our way over. Okay, didn't add anything at the story stone though. Oh, there's one more chain to activate too. I'm sure that won't have any negative repercussions, right? Definitely won't wake this big boy up. Oh, that's it. I guess that'll let us get up his arm. Probably. Alright, well, let's go wake it up. Whee! Alright, now what do we get for that? Oh, there's the crystal I was looking for. Whee! Whee! Okay, nothing on the end there. Oh, it's a shell. Awesome. I just wish I knew what the shells were for. It might just be for collection. There might not be any actual specific use for them. It might just be a bragging rights. I suppose ice is technically water. It makes sense we go faster on it. Ooh, pretty. Whoa. Tap to use a wisp. I wonder how many I can have. Sorry, hang on. Filter. Then what is roll? Like that. There we go. And then right, left trigger. There we go. Nice. Okay, so if I go 4. Okay, so I can have up to 5. I don't know how many it's gonna limit me to. But it also seems pretty generous. I shouldn't feel too concerned about using them. Okay, so it looks like we're getting shit. Okay, so I think we'll want to go up the mountain eventually. I want to make sure we get all of the goodies. That might be a thing that we unlock later. Maybe once we get the... like once we restore water to the area. Holy shit! Oh, I wonder if it replenishes over time. Like if the torches come back and we get more boost that way. Alright, let me try this. Ah, sup! Somehow I doubt I'm gonna... Well, we can try doing double boost. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Shark attack! Whoa! What the devil? The Forgotten Eras. Time is a long strand, backward and forward, and Alma is older than time. As the cycle has waxed and waned, so too have the great beings of Fada. Creatures great and small have risen, conquerors, grazers, prey, for eternities are but a day, for the lands and the oceans of Fara. What great monoliths once walked this ground, what untold miracles. No histories endure from those forgotten eras, only the bones remain. That's metal as fuck. Oh, there you are. Shaboom! Hoorah! Maybe I'll sit down with dinner and have some meat. Ooh, pizza! Return all water to the Shadow Tundra. Oh, so we did it. Aw, it's the aquatic dinos. That's so cute. Yeah, I don't think thalassophobia is an unreasonable phobia to have. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like a lot of times phobias are described as being an irrational fear. I feel like fear of the deep ocean is a rational fear. It's like, yeah, there's shit down there you don't even know about, and you are in their element and out of your own. Like, we know that there are giant squid in the ocean. We've seen a couple of them. I think we've seen more washed up on shore than we've actually seen them in their natural environment. And we've seen, like, I think it's narwhals with injuries and scars indicative of giant squid battles. It's like, okay, that's fine. So yeah, you see accounts from like ancient sailors of like krakens and shit. You're like, yeah, I think they were onto something. Literally only got a recent video of a giant squid while it's being eaten by a sperm whale. Maybe I'm thinking sperm whales, but yeah, it's like, all right, holy shit. Okay, so torches do replenish. I don't need to worry about preserving my charges or anything. No! Shit! Oh, I missed it! Doesn't matter. I'm just built different. Okay, so then we have that one. How do I get up there? Oh, maybe if I go off that ramp at an angle? That might work. Or maybe I'm supposed to go up here. Okay, there is a jump point off of there. That's a really long way to go, though. Well, let's see if we can do it. Oh, shit! Bullseye! Okay, so jumping kind of arrests my motion. So we just gotta sail off the end. Does that make sense? Oh, so if we go up here, we can boost down, get a bunch of speed. Almost had it. I'm going too fast. Shit! I like this game. It's a good game. This is fun. Okay, I think that's it. So we got the doorway on the left there. We got the archway in the center. We got the landing on the right. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, up the mountain we go. Whee! Ooh, a bell. Bong! Oh. Interesting. We have accomplished one of the bells. Looks like... Hello. Oh, is that enough? Hell yeah. Bonk. Charge jumps longer to leap even higher. Hell yes. Hello, Lucidity. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Saturday. We're playing some Sword of the Sea. How are you doing? Okay. No going back. Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, this game is so good. Alright, so we have to get the other two bells. I'm just gonna keep calling them bells. Up and going. Let's start on the left side and see what's over here. How are you doing, Lissy? Okay. Good. There you go. Up the hill, up the hill. Let's go. Shark man, hoo-ha-ha! Huh. Cut through the other one before automatically. I don't know why that one didn't. Maybe it's because I was like in the air? Who knows? Alright, that's two. So pretty. I just want to be careful that we don't miss any of the secrets, right? Extra zones, unlocks. Tetra spawns behind us. That chest over there. Come on. There you go. You see, they spawn stuff in behind you. You gotta backtrack and double check it. Okay, so we gotta go over here. And we gotta skate our way up here. Goodness, alright. Shit! Alright. I think I was in the air. Well, that makes sense though. I don't want to jump, because that'll slow me down. Although I did get the super jump. So it's kind of a question of speed versus height. There we go. It was speed. The answer was speed. Get up the hill, please. Thank you. Right, what else is there? Ooh. Crystals. Ooh, a cave. The Duel of the Sea. The sea is unpredictable and joyous, leaping and splashing and loud. So too is the dolphin, the sea's vibrancy made manifest. The sea is violent and strong, crushing and powerful and unrelenting. So too is the shark, the sea's force made flesh. Together they form the binary of the sea, the weaving Ouroboros of high and low tides. The dolphin soars and the shark lunges. They carry the sea with them. Cannot be one without the other. So we I think we got pretty much... Oh, wait, I see some stuff up there. Give me my shinies. Alright, and that just lets us get back over that way. We don't need that. Woo! Oh, too far, too far. Okay, so how do I... I need to get enough speed. And then... There we go! It seems like I can sort of boost and jump at the same time. And doing that will let me sort of get the best of both systems. What? 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 It's a frog. Sure. Everyone say hi to the frog. Not even sure. I'm sorry, toad. It's a horned toad. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going up there yet. Still need to loop around to the right. Ah, shit. I shouldn't have double jumped. Whoops! There we go. Oh, this is fun just surfing around the area looking for stuff, though. Like, yeah, there's definitely boundaries, but there's just so much extra to find. It feels rewarding. And it's just fun to go over all the crests and whatnot. Alright, I think this is where the other bell is. Oh, okay, this is how we get to it? Yes. Noise. Oh, look at all those tetra they get. Oh, goodness. Game, don't do this to me. You know I have to stop and get everything. So one thing that I don't know, some games, I feel like each game sort of handles it a bit differently. Introducing mechanics that only last for a little while, right? So, you know, some stuff like Call of Duty is almost comically bad at it. That'll be like, here's a thing that you do one time. We like came up with this neat mini game. And you just do it the one time and you're like, all right, that was the whole thing. But like Celeste, I think is an interesting example because I don't necessarily hate it, but I do think it sort of falls under the category, right? That each level sort of has its gimmick, its trick, its unique flavor, right? That like one level has, you know, these doors that you have to unlock. And this level has the beholders that you have to bounce them on the head to shut them down for a little while. And this level has, you know, these the sliding platforms that you touch them and they can sort of launch you off, right? And I was thinking about it because we haven't seen a half pipe in a little bit, like not since the first area. And is that a manatee? It's a manatee! Oh no, it's not a manatee, it's a sperm whale. Oh, look at him, so happy. Oh, I love him. They're so cute. Time trial. Prove your valor. Attain the highest score within the time limit. Chain tricks to raise combo. Land successfully to multiply the score. Vary tricks for the most points. Highest score is 10,000. Alright, what are we working with down here? Oh, goodness. Alright, let's give it a go. Bouncy? Shit! I'm not getting this one, I don't think. Or I can just cheese it like last time, that works too. Easy 50,000 points. I don't think they're really trying to make it that difficult of a game mode. But I also, I'm not sure if they realized how much adding the jellyfish just like makes getting high scores trivial. Because you can just sit there and bounce and do flips forever. And then once you actually land, the multiplier just like sends it through the fucking roof. think they're more concerned with just making it fun. I don't think they're trying to really, like, add a substantial challenge to the game. I just don't think that's Giant Squid's real MO. But, like, if there had not been jellyfish there, that would have been a lot harder to land. Okay, I think we got everything. Where were you sending me? Okay, so I think it's just to get this. Okay, so I was able to recover it. I think at this point, the only thing real left to do is to head up to the temple. There's a couple of crystals and such left lying around, but it's whatever. Alright, follow the school. The important thing is we found the horned toad. That was the greatest reward of all. Ooh. Wait, is that a merchant? Alright, how much is it now? 5,000. Jesus. Alright. Okay. I don't know. On one hand, I think in a lot of games... Oh, it's the shark! You found him! I think in a lot of games, it's always kind of weird to me when they, like, introduce a mechanic and then it doesn't become like, a thing that you go back to, right? It's not sort of a recurring element. It's just sort of used for a limited time and you're like, it feels weird to me to put all that effort in to make that and educate the player on it and then not continue to build on it. But I can also recognize, you know, sort of giving different levels or different areas their own flavor and personality. Oh, look at him. Oh. What a good lad. Okay, so the shark does not jump like the dolphin. Understandably, it did say the shark lunges. Swiggity swooty. Om nom nom nom. Ooh, Shanks. Did you guys know it's really hard to drive a shark? Alright, looks like it's just the 2. I think it's just the 2 for this one. Sweet. Okay, so what does that do? So it activates the bell. Okay, and I think that'll give us some sort of way to cross the canyon. Come on. This guy's got some real speed on him. The game, you're a newborn shark and you eat things to grow and evolve. I vaguely recall what game you're talking about. It's been a long time since I saw that though. Okay, I don't think they put anything over here. Come on. There we go. Oh. Damn, shark, you crazy. He's a man-eater. It's so cute! He's belly surfing. He's like, yay! Okay, so how do I get... do I need to, like, time this with the wave? Maybe there'll be an answer if I get the water unlocked. Whoa, okay. Yeah, so I can... If I time it right, I can yeet myself. It doesn't seem like the water expands far enough to really help with those. So, just gotta figure out how to sort of time our... No, up the water, up the cliff, there you go. So yeah, I just gotta figure out how to... Oh, there is a set of lanterns on this hilltop. So maybe that'll help us? No, it's just more crystals. Well, it'll probably give us more speed. That would definitely be assistance. Alright, let's try it. I'm a shark, motherfucker! Oh, we're getting really close to that pyramid mountain. sure that bodes well. Yeah, so this one seems like it's really a game of timing. And then this other one. Where's my attack? Oh, I missed it. Or did I? Oh, just barely. If we need another 4,400 to get the next unlock, that's gonna be a lot more Tetra. I wonder where our friend went. Also the dolphin. I hope they're okay. Oh goodness. Surfing. Oh geez, I have like fuck all control on the ice. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Turn, damn you. Okay, what does this give us? Oh goodness. Alright, hang. No, 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 no. Wasn't even paying attention to the Tetra over here. There we go. Alright. Where are we going? You gotta get up there. Sorry, I'm so focused on just hitting everything. I'm not focusing on where we need to go. I mean, we also get to watch a shark belly surf around on the ice, so I feel like that's worth it. Oh, what a goober. Look at him, he's so happy. Yay! One more. Nope. So I think all in all this will have us around 1,000 Tetra, which is a good chunk of the way, but not nearly the whole thing. Excuse me. Oh goodness, there's so much ice. Alright. Alright. Let's go. Nope, we missed. Oh shit, are we there? Yeah, baby, we're going straight to the mountain. Going all the way up the mountaintop. Shake. Hurrah! 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 Oh. Oh, it's getting real dark up here. Oh, I think she has something to say. Shark's just like, nope. Oh boy. Holy shit! Oh my god, she's so cool! Dude. Ooh, she's pretty. Oh my god, are we sharing boards? I wasn't ready for this step. This feels very personal. Now I wonder if I have a face. We were a statue at the beginning of the game. Whoa. Wait, what? Water trail. Yo, excuse me? Okay, so I can just fly for a bit now. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's so cool. Ooh, those are pretty. Okay, and then I just cancel with the fourth jump. I like how there's just a common language in video games now that if you see a pot, you break it. That's just the rules. Where did that damn shark go? The shark saw Tornamoon and was like, nope, you're on your own, buddy. Thanks, chum. The Minder's Wisdom. The traveler found his way to the necropolis and could not understand what he found. These ornate temples, these detailed statues, but almost no foreigners among them. What is the purpose of this? He asked a minder. Why build a city where none live? The minder merely smiled and tended to his duties, for he knew that mortals were not his concern. It is not only the world we see that is our domain, not merely the world of the living. The necropolis serves to prepare the gods for the realm after ours, to traverse the sacred river. Huh. Ooh, it's so pretty. Yo. Is it stingray? It's stingrays! Oh, look at all the mantas. You got some shit, what are they called? Nautilus? Oh, that's so pretty. I would love to work on a game like this. Maybe one day I will. A bounce. Oh my god, we're so in sync. Alright, buddy, I got another 1,000 for you. How's that make you feel? That do anything for you? Not really. Right, well, at least he said thank you. Okay, so we got another thirsty turtle. Gotta go get him some water. Or sippa sippa. It's very quiet in here, which is concerning. I suppose it is a necropolis, so it's not unreasonable. Wait, what is it? Oh, he's so big. What kind of whale is that? It's not a blue whale. It's not a humpback. I don't think there's any secrets or anything in this room. I think it's just for vibes. Or if there are secrets, they're very well hidden. Oh, that's the sperm whale. Okay. Thank you, Steve Achievements. Okay, so the other one was a beluga, I guess. The white whale from the previous area. Yeah, nothing over here. Just a bunch of candles. Wait, is this a... Yeah, this looks right. Whoa. What are these ships? Oh, is that for traversing the Great River? I bet it is. The Great River of the Afterlife. Making sure they didn't hide anything in the corners. Nope. Right. Down there and get going. Yeah, see, like, they gave us that boost mechanic for the previous area. And now there's no more boost lanterns. Unless this is? It looks like a boost lantern. Come on. Okay, cool. I spoke too soon. Oh yeah, look, it's all ghostly up there. Do I get anything for landing on it? No. We just wake up when we get close, I guess. The tower. A life is determined by its end. A river is shaped by its banks. And so it is with the sacred river, and the great tower that bounds it. The tower is older than old, the very foundation of Farah, the bones of Alma themselves. There are those who would scale the tower, Those who would see far from such great height. But though the living have ambitious dreams, there is only one way to ascend the tower. Well, that's ominous. I don't think we get anything for like... No, the towers even kind of disappear. Those archways disappear if you get close enough. Yeet! Whoa, love it. What is that? Alright, let's... Okay, so yeah, we just gotta go... up here, and then... What? Did it give me like a boost or revitalization? I'm not entirely sure. And what's going on with that one? Is it just an indicator to get up here? Seems like it's trying to point me at something. It's so pretty. Somehow I feel like we're not somewhere that mortals are meant to be. Well, I suppose that might have happened when we crossed through that gate before. I love these guys. Oh, they're so cute. Those big flying wings. Oh wait, I have to try. I have to try. Yes! Ooh. Excellent. Excellent, fantastic, amazing, no notes. Oh, it looks like there's a water spout or something on top of that archway. How would I get up there? Oh. I wonder if that's what the lanterns are for? Possibly. But how, like, how do I get enough momentum? Oh, it lets me... Hang on. No, I don't get it. Hang on. Okay, so I think it just restores the water jet to let you go farther, but it doesn't give me any height increase. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get up on top of that archway. I do see there's some kelp over there, so maybe that'll give me something to play with. Doesn't seem like it's high enough, though. Oh. I'm goated. I'm built different. Okay, I want to try one more thing. I want to see if I can get over to those cliffs. Easy. So now the question is there anything actually over here? Okay, yeah, that's just an invisible wall. But it did let me up here. Makes me wonder if there's a secret somewhere. Hey, look at that. I bet you we could get up there too. Come on, there you go. Might have been, yeah, I think we would have gotten up here regardless. We just took the difficult way around. No, let me up. Let me up, please. Okay, yeah, see, we would have just gone that way. Okay, wait, so what do you want me to do then? So it looks like I can't just hop my way up this... Or maybe I can. There you go. What in the world? These boats got chains in them. What is that about? Oh, there's a pad up there. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, maybe it was saying... I don't know. I don't know if there's like an importance to lighting all of the boats or not, but I kind of want to do it just to do it. Is that there's something on that boat? There's something out there, and I want it. I don't know what it is, but I want it. I have to figure out how to do that later. No! Whoa, that's cool. Oh, are we gonna be able to draw it up? Is that what the chains are for? Boink. Oh, there's a shell down there too. Oh, that's fucking mean. Because you know once we bring the ship up, it's not gonna be like right there. It's gonna be on top of the ship. So now that we're bringing the ship up, we're gonna have to figure out how do you get to the top. Hey, there's a half pipe. Haven't seen one of you guys in a while. Ooh. so pretty. Oh, it's the whale sharks! Yeah. Oh. Wait, and what is this chain doing? What? Okay, well that's all well and good, but a couple of things. One, I want to get that shell on top. Holy shit, we're high. Oh, I see. So you just go whoop. I didn't even need the water surfing. And now I gotta get on top of a whale shark. There's one. No, come back! Yay! Oh, he's so sparkly. Look at him. What an excellent lad. What's in here? Oh, buried treasure. The sacred river. A river with no water. Ghost ships of stone. The sacred river is a realm of contradictions. Souls streak through the ever-night sky, traveling from life to afterlife, fording the eternal sacred river. A river only flows one way. Even the gods are not privy to the secrets beyond the realm, to the secrets of the realm of death. But you, traveler, have seen the unseeable as you gaze upon the sacred river. It's a place we're not meant to see. And yet we must if we are to solve this imbalance in the world. So who's the posh motherfucker that got like an entire warship dedicated to them in the afterlife? Someone living lavish over here. Well, dying lavish, I suppose. No, keep going up. Thank you. Hey, I knew it. I knew there was more secrets. And look at that, more boats. Wait, there's something on top of that one. A frog! The poison dart frog. Shit, how many frogs are in this game? How many frogs have we missed? Shit, I might have to go through another time and try and find everything. Wait, can we not reach that boat? Huh. That's odd. Okay. Game said that's far enough. Anything up here? Oh, yeah, there is. Okay. That's the boundary. Alright, I think we found everything. There's so much to like go through and check out. I mean that in the best way. But also it's like, oh, did we get everything? How would we even know? Whee! Holy shit. Hang on. Where does that even go? Okay, I think we're gonna do the chains next. It seems like the island was sort of the next thing that we want to try and do. Yeah, I agree. I don't really feel like it's a bad thing per se, right? Like, it encourages you to explore and test things and try stuff out, but it's not like punishing to not do it, right? You just don't necessarily get all the tetras, you don't get all the little secrets, but you still, it's not like, oh, you didn't, you know, check every nook and cranny, fuck you, you don't get a good experience with the game. That's it, I do feel like there's going to be some achievement or something for illuminating all of the boats. Ooh, oh, a time attack. I hope there's jellyfish. Yeah, so the lanterns renew the water jet. Whoa. Okay. Okay. We got our high score. 10,000. Alright, so we got all the trick attack areas too. Okay, so we get up, and basically it seems like we're gonna want to try and like chain off of the boats as much as possible. Or we can just ride a jellyfish, that makes sense too. Well, easy 15,000. Thank you. Sploosh. 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 Okay, hang on. Is there nothing here? It feels very... I guess it was the trick attack thing. A boots. A boots. Shit, hang on. There we go. Nailed it. What? What is this? Oh, interesting. Oh, all right, all right. Whee! Okay. Oh. What is this? What? Where? What? Where are we? Are these the... These are spirits, aren't they? It's raining ghosts. Is this safe? It doesn't seem harmful at the very least. Alright, so it looks like we gotta get into the top. Whoa, that's so pretty. Oh, this game is so cool. I have no idea where we're going. I'm pretty sure this is not the path that we are supposed to take because there was that whole, yeah, there's the whole like stone bridge that we are reactivating. So this is like entirely just going to do something else, which is awesome. Well, hello, merchant. Yeah, not that much for you this time. Alright, just shy of halfway. I don't know if we're gonna make this one. Unless the game is a lot longer than I'm given the impression of. Okay, so I don't... Well, we definitely can't reach the top. We can at least get over here. Now there's kelp outside too. I think that's just to help us get back in if we fall. But you never know, they might have hidden something. Woo! Wait. Keep it going, keep it going. Oh! That's the blow! Oh my god. Oh, that was the final part of the bridge. Okay, so we were supposed to do that. Goodness gracious. Can I get on top of this thing? Kind of. I don't think there's anything... Yeah, there's no actual, like, things sitting on top waiting. Yay! What a long fella. Bounce. Bounce. Hey, there's a shell. Shoo. The value of legend. It was rumored she was no mortal at all. Whispered that beneath the veil, she was not a Farron, but a god. The Wanderer Rule knew the value of legend. Few knew the true story of her youth. None knew the truth of her parentage. She answered no rumors. A fortunate few saw her eyes. None heard her voice. She led by charisma and by example. The Wanderer knew the value of legend. Guys, we're one of the lucky ones. We get to see her eyes. Maybe she'll talk to us. Oh my god. Alright, only 21. It's not really worth turning in. Alright, I think... Oh, there are some over there. Wait. No, don't fall off. Wait, where did the chains go? Chains are above us, right? Yep, there they are. No, go back up. There we go. Woo! Is there anything here? There's another one of these statues. I see statue. Got a couple of jellies. That seems to be about it. Come on. Come on, thank you. Holy shit. Well, I'm very curious, because this is definitely building up like we're getting to the end of the game. But we also like haven't fought Tornamoon yet. Not really. We only had the one encounter where she broke our sword. And we're still so far away from that unlock process of 5,000. And I'm not saying that I've been a completionist or anything, but say that there were 2,500 Tetra that I missed feels not true. Oh, there she is. Well, that doesn't look good. Oh! Oh my god! Oh shit! No, no, Ah! She's gonna walk that off, right? Right? shit, I don't have the water jet anymore. I'm back to double jumping. I feel like I should not touch the lava. We're in a realm of fire now. No light in these boats. Oh, shit. I don't feel confident about this, but I don't see any other options, so... Ah! Ah, fuck! Ah, fuck! Ow! Owie! 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 Ow. Okay, so don't spend any longer on the lava than is absolutely necessary. Got it. Glad I've got that high jump. Yeah, I bet you're thirsty, aren't you? You're a thirsty little devil. Alright, let's see if we can find you some water. Oh! You know what? I bet the water's actually gonna expire now. Like if I get it too hot. Because they've been kind of building that mechanic up for a while. But then nothing happens, right? Yep, there it is. Understood. Alright, you thirsty little buggers, drink up. Excuse me. Oh, that was nasty, I'm sorry. Oh, careful. The fire's below. There's no light without darkness. There's no monsoon without drought. So it is with Farah. The surface is cool and calm, a placid, welcoming sea. But below, the world boils. Lava and smoke and burnished rock. The fearsome creatures that embrace these conditions have little in common with the denizens of the sea. Careful. There you are. Hot! Hot, 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 hot! She's on the hunt. Oh, shit. Okay. So... that's not ideal. Tower's gonna need a bit of a touch up. It's gonna need a bit of beautification. Where am I supposed to go? Okay, there's a platform way out there. I guess we can try and get to. Protect me, shark! Okay, yeah, so we're gonna have to skirt to the boat. Boat, help! Oh, I really hope there's no secrets out here. I don't want to have to, like, navigate all this. Well, am I kidding? Of course there's secrets. Wait for the next one. Oh, what in the world? Are you serious? A whole freaking tunnel back here? How am I even supposed to— ow, 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 ow. Hut, 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 hut. Alright, now we just gotta do it again. Ow, 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 ow. I can't drop! I can only spin. Okay, well that was probably like the biggest secret of the area. Really quickly, I was just curious if there's any like indication on the menu of how many conch shells there were in the area, but no, doesn't look like it. Oh, look at that. The army of red fire. Hornamun was a fearsome force, the largest and strongest being on Farah, but even she could not fight the sea alone. An immortal army cannot depend on mortal soldiers, and even the ghost warriors did not number enough, and so she created the raids. Born in factories of metallurgy, enlivened by the angry spark of red fire, the raids were lithe, quick, unsparing, a mindless armored army. Well, that doesn't sound great. Surely we're not going to encounter any of those, right? Looks like a lava heat. It sure does! Hello, Tisha. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well! Wait. Okay. Thirsty turtle. But where's the water? Oh, it's back there. Shit. So this is sort of the scene. We are currently in the fires below. We're in the deep places of the world. Tornamoon is causing some real bullshit. I'm doing okay. It's a sleepy sort of day. Very low energy. Ow. Fire hot. Okay, let's deal with the turtle first. And then we'll go check what's down that way. So I feel like if we touch the lava, the water's gonna evaporate. So we gotta be really careful. Expecting to see Zagreus. I think he's busy elsewhere. Okay, so wait, what did that open? Okay, that was the gate there. Okay, cool. So let's go check the other way. And see what kind of secrets we can look forward to. Oh. Oh, is there something up here? Oh, I think. Is that another frog? Oh, it's just the skeleton. Oh, poor guy. It's alright, little buddy. Yeah, I guess there's one frog per level, which means we missed a bunch of them. Shit, I might have to play this game again. See if I can find all those things. How the fuck are you down here? I don't have much for you. Sorry about that. I'm sure you can imagine there's not a lot of Tetra in hell. Nailed it. Alright. Okay, what's down here? Hot, 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 hot. Where? There we go. Alright. I really hope to see a speed run of this at some point and see people figuring out like, okay, here's how you navigate. You know, sort of keep your speed up as you go through the section. Digga, 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 digga. No, 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 no! When water battles fire, the droplets steam, the embers go dark. So it goes when fire battles water. The clangor of metal, the burning and drowning and binding. So it goes when water battles fire. The world deadens. The creatures petrify, lifeless and silent and still. So it goes when water battles fire. There you are. Bonk. Visuals seem reminding of Bionicle. Could you? Oh, this is my void friend. It's a Halloween boyfriend. Mookie made him. Hot, hot. No, no, Mookie, the artist. Mukkiw. She actually streamed yesterday. It was the first time in a while. But she hopped on for a little bit to do some work. It was very sweet. It was very sweet seeing her again. M as in Mars. Okay. Shit. Ooh, that's cool actually. I don't like it here. It seems like a bad place. Can we go home? Oh, why do I... Yep, there we go. Oh, she found us. Shit. The boats, they are sinking. Ah, shit. I'm on fire. Ah! Oh. No, we are not in Kansas. Well, I don't know. Kansas is kind of its own version of hell. Wait. Oh, that wasn't game over. I was just fucked. Fish kisses? Hey! I lived, bitch. I think. Hey, it's Dolphin. Okay, I'm glad he's okay. And there's Shark. Hi. Ooh. Ooh. My sword is complete again. Oh, fuck yes. Alright, who's ready for round 2? Yeah, you wanna say something, you big dumb snake? Shit. Alright, well. Oh! Okay. Yeah, why don't you come down here and say that? Shit. Yo! We're running this bitch to space! Our friend! I knew she wasn't dead. Okay, I think we made her mad. Woohoo! Shut up. Bonk. Get dunked on, idiot. Shoot. You having trouble back there? Ah! Not all you got. You big scary end of the world snake right here. Uh-oh, she's got artillery. She's got artillery. Ow, fuck! Could you stop? Thank you. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, it's Armageddon Blahaj. Oh shit. She's running. She's like, you know what? I take it back. I'm sorry. Ow, fuck. Shut up. Oh my god, it's the tennis minigame. Do you not understand? I have trained my whole life for this moment. Shit! Ow, fuck. Ow. Okay. Right. One, two, three. It's a shock attack! Bop. 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 You don't look too good. We did our duty. Holy shit. What a very good game. What an excellent game. I'm very happy. So I part of me wants to let the music go, part of me doesn't want to get copyright struck. So Giant Squid had originally been working with Annapurna Games. They definitely released Pathless under Annapurna's title. I don't remember if Abzu was Annapurna or not. Obviously, Annapurna shit the bed, and their entire gaming management division quit in protest. And so all of the studios that they were publishing for were just sort of left in the wind. So to see Giant Squid get through and still develop this game and release it and it's this good is super satisfying. I'm so happy that they were able to pull it off. I think I think they did an amazing job. The one thing that I am a little bit unclear on right now, so obviously we did not get all of the collectibles, we did not find all the secrets, right? All the conch shells, all the frogs. Pathless had a bonus ending after the credits for completing all of the shrines. I don't obviously know if they've done the same thing here. I feel like Pathless having a bonus ending like that is a lot more forgiving because it's open world. You can just go back and, hey, they put their Discord mods in the credits. That's sweet of them. I wasn't checking the credits, but I know Maluka's here. Like, her voice is so distinct. So yeah, if there is a bonus ending, but it requires playing through the entire game again, I'm a little less on board with that, you know, just because there's like, it's a lot to ask to get that extra cutscene of like, hey, play the entire game a second time. Granted, it's not a long game, but still. Clear time, 4 hours, 20 minutes. Time multiplier 1.5. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I feel like that could make some really fun speedrun categories of not just getting it done the fastest, but getting it done with the highest score as well. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Nice. Okay, and there is chapter select, right? File select. New game plus. Okay. Oh, and that's how you get the extra unlocks. Because I'm guessing you have your abilities already unlocked, so you can go in and... Jesus, I missed 8? 7. There's only one there. 7. None there. 7. 2. And 0. Okay. So yeah, there were a lot of shells that I did not find. They were just not there. I did not know where to look. To be fair, I didn't necessarily know to look for them until like partway through the Veiled Sea, right? What a beautiful game. Okay, let me check Steam. Let me check Steam. Yeah, so I only got 52% of the achievements. Do aerial spin attacks. Earn a game-wide high score of 1 million points or higher. Get your own game-wide high score. Complete the adventure in under 2 hours. Read all the stele messages. Okay, so we missed some somewhere. And then there's 17 hidden achievements. Okay, so without looking for, or I don't want to watch it. But I do. Okay, so I. So it looks like there's a trophy or an achievement for not getting hit during the final boss fight. So that one sounds like it's kind of bugged. Let's see. So yeah, there might be an after cutscene or an after credits, but I don't know what the conditions for that are. Let me see if there's a trophy guide and roadmap. All right. Okay, so what this is basically saying, so there are 23 stele, 50 shells, 5 frogs, 7 rideable animals, 4 trick attack areas, which we did get all of them, and 74 water points. 1 is for finding all of the fish tiles. Jesus. Or no, that's fine 10. I think we got like all of the bronze trophies. This is PlayStation metrics, so the next combo, water, returns, Lost Grotto, daily messages, write an orca, write the Archelon, write the Humpback. I think we did. Write the whale shark, did that, write the blue whale. Oh, we could have ridden the Elasmosaur. I did not know that. Find all secret shells in the Veiled Sea, Lost Grotto, Shadow Tundra, Frozen Drift, Sacred River, Boiling Cavern. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of rain, or a bunch of desert, or frogs. Earn each of the abilities. Receiving all 5 rewards from the mysterious vendor. Okay, so we only have one, one unlock from the vendor left to do. And then yeah, the one that seems to really be tripping people up is Untouchable. Defeat Tornamoon without taking a single hit. And then complete the credits. New high score. New game plus completed. Water Whisper, find all secret shells. So I'm not seeing anything about a bonus credit. Or like a bonus scene. Yes, we did beat it. Yeah, and even this video for final boss and ending just shows the credits at the end. So I don't think this one has an after credit scene. I don't think there's like a bonus unlock for hitting particular achievements or getting everything, which I think is good. I respect that they want to, like, I think it worked fine in Pathless again because the condition for unlocking the bonus scene was completing all of the shrines. But you could go back and do that afterwards, right? Like you could go through all of the boss fights and then right before the final boss, you just go back and do all of the shrines. Find all of the unlockables. So you could kind of do it at your own pace, and if you missed one, it was easy to go back and find it. You know, this game is not super long, but to have to sort of go through it potentially multiple times to hit that unlock, to hit that extra scene. I don't know, I'll probably replay it at some point just to do it. just to see if I can find all the extra frogs and whatnot, but I would be less inclined to do it for, you know, an extra cutscene. I would probably just look it up. The main character just being, what are you still doing here? Game's over. Go home. Thank you for playing. I have no notes. Well, I would say my one note is that some of the controls were a little bit too... Could have been maybe a teeny bit tighter. It's fine. I think it made sense for the context of the movement mechanics, but there are also times where I was kind of like going around in circles trying to hit a specific thing. It wasn't bad, I just noticed it a couple of times. But yeah, like the visuals were incredible, the music, like it's Austin fucking Wintory. He doesn't miss. The story was told in a very nice way. I think they really sort of have a formula that they know, that they like, and you know, they play with it a little bit. Like Pathless did have some voice line. Journey had zero text or dialogue at all. I still haven't played Abzu. Maybe we should play that at some point. But you know, this had written text but no dialogue. So like they understand wanting to like present the story and tell it through the experience of playing the game and beholding the world. I think that works really well. I think it was really beautiful. Our friend never spoke to us. It's okay. It's okay. We got to see her eyes. That was a rare privilege on its own. So yeah. One person on Reddit, when I was looking for any bonus endings, was saying it's their game of the year. I would absolutely agree, except that this year has been so fucking stacked. This year has honestly been insane for the quality of games that have been coming out. And I'm sorry, like, if we're talking Game of the Year contenders, I don't know that anything beats Expedition 33. I feel like that one, I haven't even played it, but just what I have seen and knowing what I know about the game, I'm like, yeah, it's that one. I'm sorry, everyone else. Like, y'all are doing great. But I would be very surprised if something beat out Expedition 33 for Game of the Year. A hard hurdle for anything else to cross. It really is. And that's, again, like, that's not to say, oh, you know, nobody else is doing good work. It's like, no, this year has just been really good. And then Expedition 33 is just that far up there. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna leave it on this screen for a little bit. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna run some ads. I'm gonna go grab my tea. And when we come back, I just want to carry on this thought for a little bit. Because it has seriously been an insanely good year of game releases, and I just kind of want to like go back over the list and think about like what we've had, what has come out this year, because there's even stuff that I'm just like not even remembering. You guys believe Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was this year? That was January. It feels like ages ago. Oh, no, my mistake. That was the PC launch of Rebirth, so that was a year later. Okay. That makes more sense. So it was ages ago. But still. Alright, why don't we take a break? I'm gonna let the music play for a little bit. When I get back, we'll sort of look over that list and just sort of... I know it's a little early for retrospective, but I feel like at this point, I guess most of the titles for the year have come out, so we can sort of start ruminating. So we'll do that for just a little bit, and then we'll switch over and start working on some art time. And put the banner up. So yes, everyone, it's a good opportunity to do those human things you gotta do. Stretch, use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink. Take a little moment to recenter. Think of your favorite marine life. And I'll see you all in a little bit for some art. Bye. Okay, sorry about that. I had forgotten that I got the snack. So I was like partway through the break, I was like, oh shit, right? I had to go and toast that up. Took a moment to just sort of the light rain outside. So I was just sort of listening to that and smelling the wet evening air. It's very calming. The other night, it's like a couple weeks back, you know, I tried doing a bike ride after work, but, you know, we're getting into the fall and that sun does not get as high as it does in the summer. Like where I live, we have pretty substantial, you know, changes to sunlight during the seasons. And so it was getting dark by around 7 o'clock or so, which meant that I was ending my ride with the sun dipping below the horizon. You know, that was at like 7:15 or 7:30, so it's like, okay, so I basically have maybe 2 hours after work to do my bike ride. And that was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and now it's like it's dark by 6:30. Like, yeah, there's no time now. There's no time for it anymore. I'm hoping to do a ride tomorrow, but it is raining right now. We'll have to see how well things dry out by around noon or so tomorrow. You know, if it clears out, then awesome. Not, then I'll do something else. Maybe I'll go for a run. We'll figure it out. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to sort of briefly touch on, we've got all of these games that have come out this year, and I'm not even going to touch on everything that is on this list because there's a lot, right? I don't even know. I think it's fair to say the lot that is on this list is not really even like a game of the year contender within their own category or not. Let's see. And then yeah, some of it is like it was released on this platform this year, right? So like Guilty Gear Strive was released on the Switch. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was released on the PC. So yeah, it's technically 2025, but it's not. The game is not new to this year. Let's see. So there was Dynasty Warriors Origins. Oh, I'm not going to count Early Access either. Sorry, Aloft, you don't get that one. Raven's Watch. Interesting name. I don't think I know of it. Yeah, again, the PC release of Spider-Man 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was in February. Oh, there was a new Momodora game. Civilization 7, unfortunately, was a hot mess at launch. Did not sound like the fans of Civ were very happy with it, and I don't know if it has gotten better since then. I would certainly hope so, but it doesn't sound like there's much of a chance for that one. Let's see. Like I said, I'm skipping over most of this list, right? Here, you know what? Let's be fair. Let's do this. I will bring up the Game Informer list that I'm looking at so that you guys can at least see it. See all the names. Maybe if you spot something that I am not aware is a big deal, you can point it out. But yeah, January did have some noticeable stuff like Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, Dynasty Warriors. You know, there were a couple of platform releases, but nothing that I would say is like, oh yeah, that's a big deal. Or for the year. And then yeah, February had Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. There was Marvel vs. Capcom Collection, Rift of the Necrodancer, Momodora, Alien Rogue Incursion. I don't really. Oh, it's a quest game. About a few of them. Oh my god, Like a Dragon was this year. That was February 21st. Jeez, Monster Hunter Wilds was the 28th. That was this year. So yeah, Wilds, like I feel like Capcom was just being nice to everybody else, releasing Wilds at the end of the month. Is like, you've got February. Make use of it. Oh, and then Split Fiction. I've heard really good things about Split Fiction. I feel like pretty much everyone that I've heard actually play it has had a good time with it, which is really cool. I am blanking on the name of the studio that made it, but I don't even know how to describe the genre of game that they make. It's like 2-player cooperative narrative games, right? Where you have to like work together to solve puzzles, and it's asynchronous. So like one person has to do this, one person has to do that. Like that is the thing that they do. And I respect that they have never like backed down from it or tried to sort of say like, okay, well, we'll do these other games as well, just to sort of appease a broader audience or something. Like, no, this is our jam and we're gonna do this, and you're either on board with it or you're not. I think over time they've gotten better at the genre as well. I think they've gotten better at their writing, better at the cooperative gameplay. So yeah, I'm really like happy for the studio just continuing to iterate and level up. Let's see, Suikoden remasters. Okay. Resident Evil 3 for iOS. Oh god, Assassin's Creed Shadows was this year. Where did that end up landing? I feel like it was just kinda... It was fine. It was okay. Wait, Adamfall? Did that come out? First Berserker. I saw Maya playing that. I don't know much about it. But April had another Last of Us. Jesus. Guys, let it go. Blueprints. I've heard good things about that. I feel like that's one of those things that we'll get to on stream at some point, but I don't know when. Prince of Persia Lost Crown, also on our list. That turned out really good, is my understanding. Though I believe Ubisoft then promptly dissolved the team that made it, so good job, Ubisoft. Oblivion Remastered. So here's the thing, I would not put Oblivion Remastered up for Game of the Year. I don't feel that any remastered titles should be contenders for Game of the Year. Even, you know, one with a pretty substantial like presentation overhaul like Oblivion. It's like, yeah, but this game is 20 years old. And then there's the big one. Fucking Clair Obscure Expedition 33, April 24th. Fucking comes out of nowhere and flips the entire everything on its head. Look at all of these titles that came out on the 24th. Forza Horizon 5, sure, why not? Oh my god, Doom? Wait, was Doom the Dark Ages this year? I guess it was, or was that a platform launch? Nope, that was all of them, May 15th. Sandbox, Fantasy Life. I've heard Fantasy Life is pretty good. Overall cost. You know, this is the list of games that are notable enough to make it onto this Game Informer list, right? This is not even remotely close to all of the games that have come out this year. Like, this many games comes out on Steam on like a daily or weekly basis. It's just hard to get attention, you know? Night Rain. Night Rain is probably not a serious contender for Game of the Year, I wouldn't say. People seem to enjoy it, which is good, but I don't know. I also don't get the impression that people are like, yeah, this is the best thing to happen this year. Even remotely close. Let's see. So yeah, Switch 2 came out in June. We got a bunch of Switch 2 releases of titles. Goodness. Splitgate 2. Oh, Peak was on June 16th. Would Peak take Indie Game of the Year? I feel like it will. Well, except for Silksong. Shit. Okay, Peak might take Multiplayer Game of the Year. I would say if it weren't for Silksong, Peak is probably the indie darling. God, except, I don't know, like... Yeah, Silksong is an indie game. But... I feel like they exist in different strata. Like, Hades... Is Supergiant AA or indie? Because I think the studio is still like 25 people. I don't know how big Supergiant is at this point. Death Stranding 2 came out in June. System Shock 2 Remaster. Should check on that. Fucking Mecha Break, man. I uninstalled that. I haven't touched it in a long time. I don't think any of the people that were really like big on it when it launched are still playing it. The final, the 1.0 release of the game was just so frustrating, so disappointing. It feels like they did everything that we asked them not to do. Donkey Kong, so I know Donkey Kong Bonanza is really good, was really well received. I feel like that's going to be a contender for something. I don't know if I would put it in Game of the Year territory, but it'll probably win some award or another. Monument Valley 3, Ape Factor, I know I've seen some people playing that. Wildgate. So I keep mistaking Wildgate with Void Crow. Wildgate is an extraction game of some kind. Oh yeah, Killing Floor 3 came out. God, there's so many things that have happened this year that I just forget about these notable titles. Metal Gear Solid Delta, which again, okay, like, it's a remake, but I don't know if I would put it up as a Game of the Year contender, just because I feel like, yeah, it's Metal Gear Solid 3. Stormgate. Trying to remember that. The name is familiar, but I don't remember the game itself. Mafia: The Old Country, that was actually pretty good, I heard. Hellblade 2, I think was pretty good. Definitely didn't get the attention of the first game, but I think that's pretty expected. We still need to play Risky Revolution. Shit. And there's Sword of the Sea. Beautiful. Look at them coming out together same day. I love it. On the Xbox release of Helldivers. There's Metal Gear Delta. Goosebumps heading out, Shinobi 8, and then, of course, we get to September. Oh, Hiragami released. I downloaded the demo for that, but then it got locked because I didn't play it soon enough. And it's like, okay, well, never mind, I guess. Silksong came out on the 4th and just upset everything. Yeah, honestly, like, there were clearly other things that came out in September, but so many people, especially indie titles, like, got out of the way of Silksong that it's just like, there's not really, I don't know, I feel like it's pretty
Hello there.
Deliberately quiet compared to August. Hello, Sonic. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Welcome in. Yeah, like the first half of September. Oh, right, Borderlands 4 came out. It was like, yeah, we'll go toe to toe with this bug. What's the worst that could happen? Hmm. If I fall from here comes Silk Song. You just see this giant shadow like looming through the doorway. It's just a little hornet. Shaw! Put in! Yeah, so the latter half of September, we see titles start to release again. As everyone's like, okay, y'all good? You had your Silk Song? Okay, we can come out now. But then Hades 2 shows up. It's like, god damn it. We'll get to that one. Silent Hill was also the 25th. Oh, that's why Ivy's playing it. Evil East Chronicles just came out. I didn't realize it was a brand new release. That's cool. I was watching Ivy play some of it. I kind of agree with her. I'm not a huge fan of the pixel smoothing, but the voiceover work is very good. I think they did a good job sort of remastering the game. And then we get to October with Ghost of Yotei. I'll acknowledge Digimon Storytime just because I know Mage loves it. Yuka replay. Are you fucking serious? They're trying again? Alright. Good luck, guys. Smile. Little Nightmares 3. I mean, people seem to have been pretty happy with that. I know there's some real big Little Nightmares fans. Ninja Gaiden 4. Oh yeah, that's the new one being made by, not Atlas. Okay, who made Nier? God damn it. I feel bad. I really like the studio. I'm just blanking on the name right now. I don't have 130 hours in the Digimon game. What are you talking about? That would be crazy. That'd be silly. Stop it. Oh, Power Wash Simulator 2 is due out in about a week. Once Upon a Katamari. Oh, Outer Worlds 2 is at the end of the month. Good luck to them. Arc Raiders also at the end of the month. Black Ops 7, no one gives a shit. I'm pretty sure Satisfactory is already out, so I think this is just more platforms. Yeah, I think this is like console release of it. Void Train. Finding Mars. Like, you can see how much I'm just sort of browsing over. I'm not really like stopping on a lot of these. Escape from Tarkov. What? Tarkov's already out. What are you talking about? You need to have a COD game, but with real COD. I'm pretty sure they have that. I'm pretty sure you can browse Steam and find something. Markers will have AI voices. That would not surprise me. It's the same developer that made the finals, and they did that there as well. I know it got a lot of backlash at the time, but I don't think they ever took it out. At this point, I feel like people have gotten used to AI enough that people aren't really gonna make the same kind of fuss that they did before, which sucks, but it's what it is. Are you? Tarkov is still in beta? It's been years. That's wild. I suppose Dota 2 was in beta for like 6 years or something. Dota 2 just like quietly rolled over from being beta to being live and nobody even noticed. Okay, and the Metroid Prime 4 is going to be in December. So we're into December, and these are all things that are scheduled for release, but obviously they could get pushed back to next year. We've been trying to escape the entire time, help. And yeah, a bunch of games that we have some awareness of or knowledge of, or might be in early access. I know Tuco has like a playtest going on. And then we've got, I'm not even gonna look at 2026 right now. Point of all of this, oh, that's very cute. I might have to look at that later. Raven's Watch looks cool. Atomfall. Scored a 7. I feel like I saw something about that. I can't remember. Oh, okay. I remember Stormgate. Stormgate is the RTS game made by former StarCraft 2 devs. They were like, we're sick of Blizzard's bullshit. We're gonna go make not StarCraft, but it's gonna be super StarCrafty. I guess it's out, so good for them. I don't know. I think they're in sort of that same group of like veteran devs who struck out and made a bunch of indie studios, but you know, it's like even though they have that pedigree, they're still trying, they still have to convince people to buy the games. Good replay. This is insane. Okay, so it is a remaster with remix challenges, improved controls, and more. Eight years after the initial release. Well, maybe second time's a charm. We'll find out. Platinum! That's it. I like Platinum games. We tend to get a bit of the short end of the stick, I feel like, but we'll see what this does. We'll see if it gets anywhere. I think the main thing that's kind of weird to people is having another studio make a numbered entry in the Ninja Gaiden series. Like if you had called it Ninja Gaiden, you know, subtitle, developed by Platinum, I think people would have been fine with it. But giving Platinum the keys to make the 4th numbered entry, I think that's kind of what's rubbing people the wrong way, you know? But we'll see. We shall see. So yeah, all this to say, 2025 has been a stacked year. Really good releases, pretty much every month. So, I think it's hard to call Sword of the Sea, a Game of the Year contender, right? It's just such a difficult arena, but I really loved it. I really loved it. I was really happy with how they did it. I'll probably at some point jump back in and see if I can't find some of the extra unlockables and such, but not right away. One thing that I think is really interesting. So Journey never really concerned itself with having challenging gameplay of any kind, right? The most that you ever really had to like do in terms of gameplay mechanics was figure out where you needed to go. There was a little bit of stealthing in the Nadir. That was about it. It was a generally very sort of easygoing, casual game. And I think Pathless and Sword of the Sea both have very like exciting, bombastic final boss sequences against the big bad, right? And that's good. I don't have anything against that. But I kind of miss the apotheosis. I miss the victory lap that we had in Journey, where you just get to enjoy the music and the visuals and the ambience and just like all the things that you've learned to do over the course of the game. You can just do it, right? And then you get the nice relaxed sort of walk outwards. Like, this was a good final sequence. I thought it was, you know, good emotional beats, very satisfying, you know, to defeat Tornamun and all that, but I don't know. I feel like I would have just enjoyed having an apotheosis style end thing where we just get to like surf out afterwards, you know? And then we return to our rest. Or sort of have it go straight from that into the final thing. Like, it's fine, but I don't know. Apotheosis was just so impactful. I kind of miss it. I think if that was, yes, if I had one complaint about the game, it's that I wish there was more of it. Alright. So I hope you guys enjoyed the game. I wasn't sure how long it was going to be, but this does feel about right. 2 streams, give or take. So, let's jump over, because we got some art to work on. Boop. Let me just close out of the game here. Where did our music go? There you are. Let me move you guys up here. Here we are. So I said that like I had a follow-up. I don't. We did get the good sketch, good base work for this figured out. So, I think we just gotta add some shading in. And go from there. I did figure out a bit of a trick that I think will be helpful in sort of the setup for this here drawing. It's something I've been kinda doing. Actually, I have a better idea. I had a way that I tried doing it in another drawing, which I can't show you guys. But I just thought of a way that we could sort of implement the idea more efficiently. It won't be quite as finicky as when I tried it last. So I had a thought this morning. Thought I wanted to share with you guys. So I think I realized at what point Nintendo turned evil. I think it was all the way back in Super Mario 64. I think it was when they released Super Mario 64 and they had the Snow Mountain level and they had this little baby penguin that had gotten lost and you had to return it to its mother. And the devs watched in horror as players just took that poor little lost baby penguin and yeeted him off the side of the mountain and realized that their fan base was a bunch of sadists. And I think that was the start of their villain arc. I think they just it set a seed of resentment that has grown ever since. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do our normal shadow pass. I think we're gonna warm it up just a little bit. Got it pretty neutral right now. I don't know. I feel like that might have been the start of things. I think they realized, oh god, these are the players that we are catering to. Screw them. Mario's first action was to jump on Goombas. Yeah, but Goombas are evil. Like, Goombas are meant to be the bad guys. This is just a little baby penguin. Only thing the baby penguin did wrong was be loud and annoying. Was built up stress from the Baby Mario line. That could be too. You had all that time in Yoshi's Island that you couldn't get rid of Baby Mario because you would lose the game, and now you finally have an optional thing that you can just be like, get the fuck out of here. Not again. I don't have my reference up. One moment. People in the stealth mission going, the stealth is optional. Just immediately grab the rocket launcher. There's no one to report your position. If there's no one left to report it. Snake, do you realize what you've done? You've just committed, like, all of the war crimes. Like, I don't have time to explain all the war crimes you just did. Loudness is quietest. I'm the quietest thing alive. I mean, there's a reason StarCraft gave the stealth units access to the nuclear launch codes. Right? Ginger Penguin. It's a bit like the trolley problem. I can't find the trolley. I will make the trolley. Be the trolley you want to see in the world. Wait. Oh, I'm really big on the screen. I should back the fuck up. What am I doing? You guys can barely see the art. Move up a little bit. There we go. I think that works. There we go. Alright. You guys are here for the art. I know what you want. Gotta have priorities. Do the penguins have names? I don't remember. Maybe? It wouldn't surprise me if it was one of those things of like, yeah, they did, they just never mentioned it in the game. But I have no idea. You're in a lot of trouble. Ah. I did not sketch the hair quite correctly. Easy enough to clean up in the paint over. But I'm definitely gonna need to give it a second pass and make sure that we get it looking the way that it's supposed to. Okay, I think that's good enough. Oh, hang on, I lied. I'll touch up this finger. Okay. Yeah, all different now. Okay, so I'm gonna isolate that, and then we're gonna take sort of a more reddish orange tone, a little bit more like that, and just sort of go along the edges. And anywhere that's lighter, sort of along a shadow boundary. We're going to change it from being this sort of darker, more neutral tone to being red. So most of the finger is going to get that treatment. There's going to be a couple spots that still have like the full-on shadow. Parts of the arm are going to have that nice border. Nose is pretty much going to completely shift. The face will be sort of half and half. I think the cleavage will be mostly warmed up, but then I'll have a little bit of shadow left in the deeper area like that. And then we're gonna grab, where's the hair? So that's a color. And then maybe drop the shadow layer to like 70%. Duplicate it and set it to overlay. Well, I wish I could take credit, but yes, Valka is very cute. Let me check her channel really quickly. Because I'm curious. Oh, she is streaming. Okay, that'll do. No, she's a streamer. She's in the same group as Coco and Boru. She's one of their friends. Let's see. Okay, so what do we need now? We need to do some contour lighting. I think for this, I'll take some of this orange from our backgrounds. Sort of a creamy orange color. If we set that to, let's see, try color dodge and overlay and see which of those looks better. Yeah, overlay's not bad, it's just a little bit too soft. Color dodge is a bit better. I think we'll go with that, maybe just knock it down a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now we just need highlights and I think we'll be good to go. A little bit right along here, so I catch that edge, right? Maybe 40%? Yeah, 40 seems about right. Okay. I think that'll do. I think that'll do it well. Okay. Let's put all this in a group together. I think trying to remember because she's got the same lotus that Jin has, or not lotus, the blood lilies. I think it's blood lily. No. Yes. Yeah, close enough. Yeah. I don't remember if I have blood lilies from another drawing that we can repurpose. We'll figure something out. I am gonna grab the colors for the background really quickly. And just sort of block that in. Okay. Now, where to begin? I think we'll start on the face just because that's usually a good spot and it'll give us a lot of good information to play off of. Try not to get too micro-focused right at the beginning, right? And do big ideas. Just trying to sort of get that like subsurface tone built in early on, right? So we have that readily available as reference. I'm not going to add this lock of hair just yet because we haven't done any work on the eyes yet. Make sure we get that before we start making grand sweeping stuff that goes over the top of it and makes it harder to work with them. I'll check the color on this. So I grab this deeper red tone. There we go. Excuse me. I'm sorry about all the coughing and throat clearing. I know it's so gross. So nasty. Did I change the topic? I don't think I did. Nope. What's that? There you go. Okay. Eyes are very interesting. They're a little bit... Yeah, they're pretty different from the approach that I usually take with this sort of thing. So, I might mix it up a little bit. It sort of has this, like, inverted, very light color for the outer rim. It even gets a little bit purpley. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take our chocolatey color and sort of bring it down like so. Bring you up a little bit like that. Good. Feels pretty good. It's pretty good. Lighten up the very core of it. The near white. We're gonna grab this because there's sort of a line that comes down this way. I know I said not to get too focused on the details, but I do think hitting the right look and feel for the eye is really important, right? It's gonna be a lot of the focus of the drawing, and it's gonna be really important for sort of landing the likeness. So I'm gonna be lazy and sort of use that as a basis for the other eye. And we'll come back to that. But I do think that gets us into a good starting point for it. Okay, so I want to take, so I can get out of the micro thinking for a little bit and focus on standing out, drawing in other parts, other areas. Fur is gonna be really fun to do. What is going on here? I think we just need to expand the arm out a bit more. That's our cast shadow. Yeah. That seems alright. Use this again. When do they use this song in the braids? I think it's against the red girl. I think. Sounds right. No. No, it's the first boss in the last raid. I don't even remember what they call it. I think it's actually based on something from Near Replicant. The Nier raids are super weird because they combine a bunch of stuff, not just from the two Nier games, but even a little bit from Drake and Guard, which is like, oh, okay. Nier is such a weird series. really hope Pixel Castle can figure something out. I wanted to try that MMO one day, once it was further along in development. It seemed interesting. I was watching a video. So, it was a video watching another video, and I generally am not a proponent of, you know, React content and content recycling and all that. But, to be fair, I don't know that I would have found the other one if not for a channel that I do actually watching and responding to the video. So, whatever. Point being, the original video was essentially sort of a thesis statement on the lost social aspect of the Halo games, and how, you know, both the multiplayer and the co-op campaign, you know, created these social spaces and these memories and these experiences that the post Bungie games have just struggled to get the same feeling of. I think what the video was talking about is certainly true. I played a lot of the Halo multiplayer back in the day, you know, particularly 2 and 3. I think my issues with modern Halo are pertaining more to the bloated complexity of the game mechanics and the lackluster story than the offerings of the multiplayer mode. Though I don't think that the multiplayer mode is very good either. But I think there is an interesting sort of general discussion that could be had about multiplayer in video games. Right? Because I think a lot of games now, I don't know, like, back when Halo 1 came out, obviously multiplayer was a thing, and people have been doing couch multiplayer and couch co-op for years. But it would still be a few years before we got Xbox Live. and then, you know, Halo 2's online multiplayer mode. I think there was a different sort of vibe to the multiplayer environment at the time. And I wouldn't put it up to novelty. I don't know what I would attribute it to, but it definitely is different. I feel like nowadays, unless you're logging onto the game deliberately with friends, I can't think of many instances where people would like voluntarily use voice chat in a game. Right? Even a cooperative game like Helldivers, I think most people would not talk to each other more than is strictly necessary. There are definitely a few people, I think, that are more sociable and will use voice chat. But then all the less sociable people are like, ew, no. And so those people don't really have, unless they find each other, they don't really have anybody to talk with. Anyway, until Bungie handed the reins to 343, I felt a decline away from what the players wanted to see in the games. I agree. I wouldn't necessarily say handed the reins over, but I definitely agree that I think 343 didn't necessarily know what they wanted to do with Halo. And, you know, to be fair, I think some of it is evident even in Halo Reach, of them like trying to do stuff to keep the Halo formula fresh and relevant in a COD overrun shooter market. But yeah, Halo 4 definitely made it a lot worse. They definitely struggled with that. And then yeah, the story in my opinion was not good. The level design was not very well executed. The new enemies and new weapons were lackluster. The best parts of the game were the stuff that had been transplanted from Bungie's projects, and then all of the new stuff just felt inadequate. But I don't know, like, even if 343 had kept multiplayer and matchmaking identical to the way that Bungie had set it up, I don't know that it would have worked. See, I think MMOs are the extreme example of this. So the least enjoyable was when you played as Locke in 5. See, I never played 5. I hated 4 enough that I never even bothered with 5. And from the general consensus, I didn't miss anything. So, with MMOs, you know, back in the days of Fall Fantasy 11, the only way that you could level past like the mid-teens was you had to get in a party, and I know like the general idea. I never played it, and I never wanted to play it. You had to, if you wanted to get decent experience, you had to form a party, and you had to hunt higher level monsters as a group. And there was no like auto party making system, right? You put up your party flag as the class that you wanted to go as, and then somebody would message you and confirm that you wanted to join, and you'd be like, yeah, and then they would invite you, and you join the party and figure out where they are and go out to them, make your way out to the group, and then you would fight for a while. Usually, you know, the gameplay was slow enough because of the limitations of the technology at the time that there was a lot of opportunity for chatter, and people weren't always chatting during the fights or anything, but you know, there was a lot of opportunity to do so. And you know, I remember in one case there was a really productive group. Like we gelled really nicely, and the kills were really good, and we ended up playing all night. It was a good group of folks. You know, with World of Warcraft, you had, you know, your dungeon groups and then your raid groups, and back in the olden days, you know, some of the to get, you had to physically walk into the dungeon, and two people had to go out to the summoning stone to be able to call the rest of the group in. And, you know, the dungeons were not super hard, but there was still a requirement to have some amount of coordination of, you know, handling extra enemies or, you know, kill priority, all of that stuff. My point is, older MMOs expected communication between the players. Right? You needed to actually talk shit out. You needed to actually work together as a group, and that involved sending words at other people. And they would send words in return. I know, scary, but bear with it. And you compare that to Final Fantasy XIV, where outside of like savage raiding, I know, I'm sorry, but it is Halloween, so we are going to talk about some scary topics. So, arguably with extreme trials, you require some communication. You know, at least to sort of figure out, like, who's responsible for what mechanics, right? The tanks will need to sort of do some chatter, the healers might need to do a bit of chatter. But, you know, the general expectation is that you have watched the guides, you have an understanding of what is happening, what the mechanics are, and when the group starts and you go into the fight, you know, there's going to be, people are going to place down markers to basically allow for, you know, claiming of positions, right? If people need to go to compass rose locations, you know, north, northeast, east, etc. You know, they'll lay out the markers, and then people will just sort of run to the ones that they want. You know, maybe there'll be a little bit of debate over that, of like, oh, can I have this one so that I can maintain uptime? And they go, okay. Or they might be shitty about it, who knows? You figure that out, the fight starts. And that's it. That's pretty much all of the communication and chatter, unless it's a particularly sociable group. savage groups typically will have communication because the mechanics are harder. They need to sort of hash things out and figure out if problems arise, what's going on, and resolve them. And then obviously ultimates are the hardest level of content, and so that requires the most communication. But if you are in your usual like alliance raid group or a normal difficulty raid group, pretty much the most you get out of your group in the majority of cases is hello and GG. People will greet each other at the start and thank each other at the end. And maybe you'll get a particularly sociable group or someone who's like looking for a particular piece of gear and will ask, hey, I want this. If it drops, can I have it? Right, dungeons. You might get hello and goodbye. The amount of chatter in dungeons is next to zero. Right? And these are MMOs, but the general interaction between players, people essentially come into these to do dailies, and the party is just the necessary vehicle to get the daily done. They're not looking for social interaction. They just need to check off the box on the list. Which, I'm focusing on MMOs here rather than talking about Halo, which was the original topic, because multiplayer is in the genre title. If MMOs are struggling to get people to engage with each other in a sociable fashion, that's a red flag. But, I think that's true of most multiplayer games, right? If you just pick randoms, or if you play with randoms in Dota, or Helldivers, or Mecha Break, I was just playing Helldivers with my coworkers last night for the first time in a while, and it was a ton of fun. It was great. We blew each other up a couple of times. It was very silly. It was very funny. We were laughing about it. We were backing each other up. It was great. But if I got blown up by a rando, I would be a lot less amused by it, because I think in multiplayer games, when you're just playing with people that you don't know, I think people look at random players more like NPCs that are there to help you complete what you want to do, and less like other players that you need to cooperate with to complete a shared objective. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong, playing with friends makes every multiplayer experience better. It is the reason that people will stay with or drop off of video games, right? I bet you, if you did a survey, what is the longest game that you played? Why did you stop playing it? I bet you would get a ton of responses basically saying, well, because my friends stopped playing it. Right? This was our game that we played together. And then my friends stopped playing it, and I just didn't have a reason to anymore. Cannot remember time engaged with comms and random matchmaking. No, no, definitely type some stuff just to be like, hey, you know, can we do this? Or, you know, sort of try and focus the group or whatever. But just like actually using voice chat, just chatting with people, talking with random people that I don't. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Never. Yeah, I'm saying this, like I brought up 14 as an example. I definitely had some sociable experiences with random groups. A couple of times. Not super often. And I bring up 11 like it was some sort of much, you know, better execution or something. Like, there are a lot of reasons 11 is not a good game. But I don't know. I think some of it was the era that these games existed in. Some of it was the mechanics requiring more interaction between players. Well, I think a lot of people that play video games are introverted. Not everyone, obviously, but I think there are a lot. And yet, I think there are plenty of examples where introverted people would be sociable, even sort of organize and run groups. You know, even just pick up groups for different objectives. Because it was what that game essentially required you to do. And people made it work. And I think it's a real challenge because if you tried to just bring that back wholesale, right? If you just said, okay, well, these games were very demanding and required you to be sociable and have multiplayer interactions with other people, you would probably get, you know, pushback from people that don't want to do that. And you would get pushback from, you know, people that are like, I work a 9-to-5 job and I only have like an hour or two to play. I don't want my play experience to be determined by the quality, or, you know, essentially be chained to coordinating with these random people I don't know. But, you know, the consequence, like, I go into Warframe, right? I'll do a mission. Most of the time, I will leave the game set to solo, because I just don't have a reason to play with other people. If I'm doing relic farming, I'll set it to open multiplayer, or, you know, group up with some people from the Discord. You release 5 games, stop playing because the friends stop before. Yeah, and then it's just you playing, and you're like, just like, it's not bad, but just it doesn't have that loving feeling anymore. Yeah. I think there are a lot of people that are still playing Destiny because it's the game that their friend group can all agree to play. And they've been playing it for years, and it's really easy for them to just sort of default to playing Destiny, regardless of how they actually feel about the state of the game. What was I saying? Oh, right, Warframe. There are some missions that are harder difficulty, and so I set it to an open lobby so that I can be match made with randos and, you know, have the necessary firepower to complete the mission. Enjoyed the camaraderie in the game more than the game. Yeah? Well, like, I don't like... I don't think I've ever been, like, a huge sports fan. I've never been, like, a big fan of any particular sport. But if it's something to, like, do with other people, sure, I'll play some basketball or something. I'll watch a game of football as a social interaction. You know, we all meet up at someone's house and eat food and watch the game and talk about stuff. And I'm not gonna sit there and just watch a game of football on my own. Honestly, I probably would have spelled camaraderie with an L, but yeah, like Warframe, I'll get into that group and I'm just there. Like I never talk with the other people that I get match made with unless there's something that we need to resolve. They are just filler to make the mission doable. I don't know what you wanted here. Goodbye. So, I don't know. And obviously, you know, every game is going to need to find the balance of independent gameplay and required cooperation to make it work, right? Like, hero shooters, 6v6 hero shooters, 5v5 MOBAs, are going to demand cooperation from their players, right? No one wins by being the lone wolf protagonist coon. You just get stomped by the other team. The Warframe, you know, I think generally makes multiplayer encouraged but never required. There's not really a lot of stuff that's like, yeah, if you don't go in with a full squad of Warframes, you are just gonna get stomped. Figuratively and literally. I feel like... Let me check the hair really quickly. Yeah, it's the right color. It's just differences in the monitor. I don't know. Elite has always been kind of a lonely game to me, just because there are a couple of missions that it indicates should be handled with a group. Because, like, the number of enemies it's going to throw at you or the amount of cargo that you need to transport, you know, you should bring a team along and work together to accomplish the objective. And I just never do those missions. I just stick to solo stuff. I don't really play Elite as a social game. Some people do. You know, they recently added a bunch of stuff to make the like social systems more robust, which is good. But, you know, at the same time, it's like, I'm really happy that those things are in the game. They don't do anything for me because I've never played the game that way. And I swear Star Citizen can't catch a fucking break because every time they add more solo content, the players are like, we need more group content. And then they add more group content and the players are like, we need more solo content. It's like, shut the fuck up. Enjoys some sense of community and elite, but I don't play the game that way. Yeah, and it's kind of nice to know that there are like organizations in the background that are sort of moving the world along and pushing agendas. It does feel more real. It does feel like there are at least other people that are playing the game, and I can appreciate that. And I do enjoy, like, during a community goal, going to the system where stuff is happening and seeing just like a bunch of players zipping around and, you know, general comms are popping off with all of these chatter going back and forth, and you pull into the station, you see all these ships going and flying in and out of the mailbox, and it's like, that's cool. I enjoy that. But the number of times that I've actually been in a wing with other players is very small. I've not done anything multiplayer in Star Citizen yet. Well, that's not true. I think there were 2 instances where I joined somebody on another ship to do stuff. And at some point I do actually want to join a group to do some of the multiplayer content. One of my friends, we formed a small group of like 4 or 5 people with the intention that we're all totally gonna log on at some point and play the game together, but it hasn't happened yet. Not throwing shade at them or anything. I think, you know, one, people have been busy, and everyone's still kind of like waiting for the game to get a little bit better, be more reliable. No one's been like really pushing to make it happen. We're just sort of set up so that when the game is in a good spot, we're like, yeah, let's go play it. Yeah, and I think especially as the systems become more finalized, they have a better sense of where the game is going to land, and now, you know, they have their roadmap for 1.0. We can be a lot more sort of like, okay, this is what the game, we can have a better sense of what the game is going to actually look and play like. Whereas before, yeah, it was a lot of like, okay, this is the vibe that we want. And then we're sort of figuring out like, okay, what does that actually mean mechanically? This is still entirely the intention that at some point, you know, there are going to be ships that you can't run by yourself, right? Like, yes, you could technically get it off the ground and move it around by yourself, but, you know, bringing its full capability to there is going to require a team of players. one of the ships that they just released, the Paladin, has 3 turrets on it, right? We were looking at it. It's got the 2 turrets on the side, and then it has the 1 turret that's on top and can swing underneath to the bottom. So the 2 side turrets are remote operated, so they can be controlled by people. They can be controlled by players 3 and 4. But if you don't have them, if they're not logged off, or if you just don't have the friends to play with, the pilot can control the side turrets, right? So it's not completely powerless without a team. But the 2 size turrets are a pair of size 4 guns each, right? So it's a total of size 4 guns. 4 size 4 guns. Which is not bad. It's good firepower. The main turret is 4 size 5 guns, right? The lion's share of your firepower is in the big turret, and that cannot be controlled by the pilot. So if you want full firepower, you need at least 1 other person. Yeah, that's just a gunship. You want to get up to like capital level, you need a squad of people, and none of this is sort of accounting for engineering, which is absolutely definitely going to happen one day, we promise. So I don't know. I don't know, sort of zooming back out to the lens of how do you make multiplayer games feel good and rewarding and robust? Because if you make it too sort of streamlined and low friction, right, where players can just sort of play the game alongside other people but not have to really like acknowledge or work or coordinate with them, then it doesn't feel like a multiplayer game. It just feels like a game that multiple people are playing. And typically, when you do have interactions with other people, they're negative, right? My dumb fucking team isn't carrying their weight. They're not doing the objective. They're not killing enemies. They're a bunch of idiots. You know, when you sort of are viewing your team as NPCs to get the objective done, if they do adequately well, if they do well, right, you win the game. That's sort of like the baseline, right? It's like, okay, good, you did your job. And then anything less than that is, why are you fucking up? think there have been times where I've played a multiplayer game and I thought the team did particularly well and it was fun and we were like, yeah, good job. And then, you know, the match ended, we all went our separate ways. But, you know, that's like the best positive interaction that you get. It's like a little bit of high fives and butt smacks at the end. I don't know. I don't know. Like, on paper, I like the idea of a game that requires cooperation, that requires coordination, you know, where you really sort of see the best results when people have to sort of form a community and work towards shared goals. I think especially for an MMO, it's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense and sounds good. But then, would I actually want to play that? I don't know. I don't know if I would actually enjoy it, you know? Alright, I think that hand's looking pretty good. I'm spending a little bit of time working on the other one just to keep them in line with each other. Yeah, I meant to say earlier, I wanted to do a bike ride tomorrow. The forecast is saying it's gonna at least be dry. It's not gonna rain. Temperature will be okay. But I didn't take into account that it is raining today. I don't know how well it's gonna dry out by tomorrow. So, might throw a bit of a wrench in those plans. We'll have to see. still need to figure out how I want to do these nails. So they're being a little bit stinky. I'm thinking about what we should do for the next game. Because I wasn't sure how long this was going to take. There's definitely a bunch of other games that I have in mind to play. Right, there is stuff that like I wanted to get to. Oh, excuse me. I had just sort of planned that we would do them after Horizon and Hades 2. Right? So there's Shantae, Riven, System Shock, a bunch of stuff that I'm probably not even thinking of right now. I'm wondering if there's something else that would be good to do over the next 2 weeks or so to sort of finish out October with, right? Something that might be a little bit appropriate or fitting or whatever. So we might head straight on to Horizon 2, Forbidden West. But I'll browse through the library and see if there's something that I'm like, oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that while we're still sort of in this intermission mode. Something creepy? Not gonna be a scary game, no. I don't like horror games. God, has it been a year since we played Eastside already? Doesn't sound right. I think that was last October, though. How is that possible? No, we played it on Valentine's Day. That was like 8 months. That makes more sense. Yeah, last year I think was Alan Wake 2. Which I liked. I thought was good. Never got around to the DLC for it. Don't know if I will. Maybe. There we go. It's coming along, slowly. Seeing some of the shapes start to come together. I don't know, something like Alan Wake that's sort of like, you know, got creepy elements about it. I'm okay with that. You know, horror games, no, I don't jive with those. I don't mess with that kind of stuff. I would score very high on the weenie meter. Try not to make this too segmented or rough, right? We'll have pretty clean transitions from one shade to another. Try not to have too much of like painterly stroke work left behind. I think I just kind of do, like it's sort of inevitable in the way that I do my work, but as much as possible, I like to try and sort of smooth things out. I don't think it's creepy, but maybe blueprints would be good. I feel like blueprints wouldn't take as long as Riven would. So even if it runs into November a little bit, that might be a good way to go. Could look at doing that. Put that one down as a maybe. There we go. Okay, I think it's coming along pretty well. What about these nails? How do I fix you? How do I make you work? Okay. I like how that's looking. It's got a good set of colors about it, I think. The thumb in particular. I think we're getting to a really nice sort of approach to skin tone. I'm just going to sort of increase the lit portion of the thumb a bit more. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Okay. Wearing a very tight corset. Yeah, I see it. I sees it. We'll add some extra shading in to help clarify that. Make sure that the cast shadows on the jacket are very clear, that it's overlapping. I think also, yeah, sort of getting this wrapping downward a bit more. It's sort of very clear what the jacket is doing. Okay. Oh, okay. Hang on. I have an idea of sorts. New Pokemon game on the side watching. I think your character is going to be very Canary. All right. Ah. Okay. don't think it's the worst Pokemon design, character design. Couple interesting ways that they incorporate the lightning bolt. Both were electric type. I see. Let's see. What am I doing? I think I might be coming down with something. I'm not feeling 100%. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Even though I haven't had a lot of direct contact with people. I don't know, maybe my roommate brought something home. It's always possible. Sharing is, in fact, not caring. Please do not share. I can't help it though. Some things are just going to be shared. Not in this case, it's not. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's a bit better. We're getting the hold of the jacket feeling a bit more lined up. Okay, and then I think on this end, I'm just gonna occlude a bit more of it in shadow. Really sort of push the depth behind the jacket and under the cleavage. See how that looks. Yeah. Okay, I think that's getting there. Excuse me. This isn't really coming together in the right way. I think I'm trying to I'm trying to have two things at once, and it's not making sense. I think I just need to roll the arm in front of the shoulder. There we go. We can sort of occlude it a bit more back here. That's a bit better. gonna do this now while I'm thinking about it. Oh, where are you going? Bring it back, bring it back. So Velk has a couple of scars. So she's got one. Runs alongside her mouth here. And she's got two on the shoulder. And there. Seems pretty similar in length. I think the top one goes a little bit farther. Maybe like that far? And then this one goes so. Just a little bit of that corner right there. Okay. And then sort of for flavor, we're gonna lighten the middle of it just a little bit, get that sort of pinkish, that lighter tone to the scar tissue that you see. It has that border effect to it. So I'm not going to bother erasing anything just yet because still have a lot of like touching up to do on the fur and the hair and the whatnot, so it doesn't make sense to like remove parts of it when the parts that we're erasing around are not finalized. So I'm just gonna leave it where it is. And we'll come back to that. actually gonna go into the line layer and just get rid of this part because it's not doing us any good. It would take more effort to try and remove it. Let me just erase it. What's going on here? Come on, Kaike, you can figure it out. Okay. Alright, that actually came together pretty well, I think. There we go. Okay, what's next? Still gotta work on the skirt. Probably should have done that before I put a bunch of work into the leash, but it's alright. There we go. And then, oh, don't do that. I think we'll do a little bit of this so we have some of the fabric like overlap. Oh. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Alright, I like how it's coming along. You just gotta keep working at it. I think it'll take at least one more stream to finish everything up. Might go into Thursday. We'll see. We'll see how it looks. I think we'll try and do tomorrow. Just figure out if there's another game that I would like to play for October. And maybe if it is a longer thing, we can plan to do it on Thursday as well, just to sort of keep things a moving. Okay. I do think it's coming along. I think we just gotta keep working it away bit by bit, cleaning up a few more areas. It's hard to stay like entirely, you know, primary focused until all of it's done, because you just see stuff that needs cleaning up and correction and polishing, and you just sort of start automatically digging into it, and you're like, oh wait, I haven't even started on this other area. You got this whole section in here, and then I'm just gonna kind of knock back for now. Then we can sort of build it up again as it makes sense to. I do almost wonder if Giant Squid had more in mind for Song of the Sea. Sorry, of the Sea. Just because, you know, it mentioned like the raids, you know, they're the giants that we saw, and clearly like they had sort of been returned to the realm of the living in the previous war. Then they all died or re-died. I don't know. Their empty shells were left in the snow, right? But we never saw a wraith. We never saw where any of that was going. It was only just sort of mentioned in the one stele. Is it a stele or a stele?
Steel.
Steel. So we saw it mentioned, but we never actually saw any of them, and I have to wonder if the raids were going to be a part of the game at one time, and then they just decided not to, or cut it for resource limitations. It wouldn't surprise me if the Annapurna quitting out on them really sort of require them to scale back parts of the project that they might have wanted to do, but had to be like, okay, no, we're just gonna do these parts because we can execute on that. And this is gonna cost too much extra. I don't know. It's one of those things I doubt we'll ever really know. We might say. I feel like they're... I don't know. I don't think Giant Squid is particularly like tight-lipped about these sorts of things, but a lot of times with dealings like that, it's like you can kind of only speculate. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to correct some parts of the hair that got overwritten. Hair is supposed to be longer. Let's do that in another layer just to sort of work it out. And I think that'll be where we call it a night. No, that's too long. So yeah, maybe like right here. That'll do. like that. I think that works pretty well. We'll just do a little bit of shadow underneath like so. Good. Okay. Well, okay. I think that's coming along pretty well. Definitely still a lot to clean up. A few areas that are still really rough. A few things that still need a lot of refining. Wow, it all needs a lot of refining. Making a mess. I think that's a good place to set it down for the evening. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's coming along. Just gotta keep working at it. Nothing's really like jumping out as problematic or anything. Just like, you know, just keep at it. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and shut the YouTube VOD down. And we'll figure out who we're gonna raid. Everyone say bye bye to YouTube.